Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool. Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool. Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Let's go Colombia. Beats USA.
Hey kids, shake and loose together. Spotlight hitting something that's known to change the weather. But a cattle fighter call for night, so stick around. You're gonna hear electric music, solid balls of sound. Say, can you know we haven't seen them yet? Ooh, but the soul fades down.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool. Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool. Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Mr. Destructoid Neff Fisto.
My bad, guys. Oh, I'm sorry I'm late. Sorry I'm late. Dude, since I've gotten these Invisalign, shit gets caught in my teeth. And I had some caught in my teeth that was like actually giving me pain. But ladies and gentlemen, obviously, you know, kind of a quiet day in the news.
I don't take no shit from anyone.
Nothing really going on.
Aaron Rodgers Darkness Cabin Retreat it's Will Neff.
Nothing really going on. Nothing really happening.
I'm ballsy.
Nothing that I would like to talk about.
$4 not knowing I wouldn't get PTS. I want to say congrats on Rodgers first. JETS go Jets.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, today on the Pat McAfee Show, Aaron Rodgers stepped out of the darkness. You think darkness is your ally? Stepped out of the darkness, just like the suffering Jets fans over the last decade. Step out of the darkness.
And do you know what he said? He said, I'm taking my talents to the Big Apple.
And collectively, a fan base that has suffered more than any group in sports history, save the Sacramento Kings, collectively,
We came.
because it's game time, motherfucker. It's fucking game time!
Time to wake up, bitch, get up.
Multiple time league MVP,
Get up.
ayahuasca guru, mushroom maven, Aaron the Rifle Rodgers is on his way to New York City.
Making excuses for what you are.
Tastes good.
Making excuses for your shit.
Taste
You're making excuses.
good.
Baby, you just need to look inside.
For those of you who don't know what the fuck I'm talking about,
You got a heart.
you got a brain.
You got a brain.
The Jets,
You got a
the team that I am a giant fan of, is arguably the most losing franchise in sports history.
You got it. Come on. Get up. Get up.
And we have hope.
Get up.
A dangerous thing.
Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. I don't want to see you do shit.
I don't want to see you lose your shit. I don't want to see you lose your shit.
I just want the best for that ass. 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 I just want the best for your ass. I just want the best for your ass. You can be the best thing you want to be. I just want the best thing for that ass. I just want the best thing for that ass.
Listen, I know usually I keep my sports talks short.
Baby, I gotta work.
Not tonight. Get ready!
Get up. Get up.
I'm gonna chief this vape and talk shit.
Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Get up.
all right. So let me talk about this quickly. Aaron Rodgers to the Jets. What does it mean? Why am I excited? And why should you as a Jets fan be excited? Because I saw early on some Jets fans or some supposed Jets fans saying that we took an L. Let me put something in perspective. Let me pull up some things. The Jets offense over the last 10 years,
Jussie.
thank you so much for that 1,000 bits. And another 1,000. My God. Thank you so much, guys. Statistically, the Jets over the last 10 years are in last place in almost every offensive stat that matters. Touchdowns, points, receptions. You name it, we're in last. I still think the Jets will get third in the division. I think the Jets are now the team to beat in the division, if I'm being honest with you. But that's very conditional, right? It would be very Jets for Aaron Rodgers to get hurt in training camp. It would be very Jets for this deal not to get done. Copium? No, not copium. If the Jets put up the league average, 22 points, last year, the Jets have 11 wins. That's last year. Oh, and 14 against the Patriots. Patriots are going to be last in the division no matter what. Patriots suck. Patriots better start making some moves. The times they are changing. Now, if you wanted to say that the Bills are going to beat us, that's a very different thing. The Bills are an incredible team. Don Jenny, 20 gift-a-roonies. My God. That's some Jets support. Thank you so much, baby. Thank you for the 20. Oh, Nola, I'm sorry I did not resync my Discord. I've been doing a lot today. Speaking of football, let's talk about it. I've been booking travel today. Why? Because I'll be in Austin this weekend. Playing football. Wearing the same jersey. I am now. Going to the Ren Fair again, this time with more friends. It's a big one.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
What happened to streaming Pat McAfee? I woke up at 2 p.m. That's what happened. And then I immediately had to work. What? Why? Because I was up late night. Big storms here tomorrow. Expect flight delays coming into Austin. Oh, God. Please. Anyway. You played LOL with Myth earlier? I played 3 games of League at like 4. I played from like 4 to 5, and then I went.
Lady, don't you wish you were signing to the Knicks?
Don't you wish you came to the Knicks? Don't you wish you came to the Knicks? Anywho, it's a big deal. For anybody who's not excited about Aaron Rodgers, if you are a Jets fan and you're not excited about Aaron Rodgers, I don't understand. I don't get it. I really don't get it. Short of getting Lamar Jackson, we got the best free agent quarterback. Short of Lamar Jackson, we got the best quarterback. Like, excited for what? No deal is done with A-Rod yet. Lol. I'm going to keep it a buck, man. The deal's going to get done. Right now, it's the Packers trying to squeeze a pick out of the Jets, but the deal's going to get done. Cope? Whatever. I've been right about this situation basically the entire time. I don't need your plebs' opinions. Fucking piss ants. It's going to get done. The only question now is compensation. Jamal Williams to the Saints. Yeah, I saw that. I thought there was a chance he'd go to the Jets. The Saints gave him a pretty big contract, in my opinion. Austin Eckler is still out there, however. What do you think the trade haul will be for him, though? I think it will be our second round pick, at least. And I think it could be as high as a conditional first round pick next year. I could see that. If the Jets, like, win their division and go to the playoffs, there could be, like, a conditional first round pick. I think I've said this since the beginning. A second round pick and probably another second round pick is the least you get out of it for. Do they still have James Robinson? No, James Robinson signed to the Patriots for a bag, which I was actually really surprised by. Doesn't strike me as a Belichick move, but hey. Wrong? Listen, if Joey D pulls off some kind of deal where the Pack only gets a third round draft pick for Aaron Rodgers, I'll drive to MetLife and I'll start building the statue. No way they get pick 13. Well, it depends. Right now, the Packers, first in a player, no shot. Absolutely no shot. If they get the 13th overall pick, that will be it. 100%. If they get the 13th overall pick in the draft, that is it. They will not get one single more thing. No conditional next year. Nothing. That is all they will get. 100%. 100%. Right now, just so you guys understand what's happening, Green Bay and New York are in a staring contest, right? Because Green Bay disgruntled Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, yeah.
Aaron Rodgers apparently was decided that he was going to retire. He went into the darkness retreat. He came out. He said, I'd kind of like to play. Apparently, the Packers had already been shopping him while he was in the darkness. And he was like, what the fuck is going on? To which he decided he wanted to play again. And ultimately, he wanted to play with the New York Jets. Probably because we have a top 5 defense. So Packers want him gone. Packers fans want him gone. And the Packers are trying to get something out of him. Now, this is a waiting competition on both sides. Because ultimately, here's the thing. If the Pack sits on their laurels and is like, we are not backing down, we want a first round pick, then the Jets can go kick the Lamar Jackson tires, who now, in my opinion, the front runner to get Lamar Jackson is the Colts, formerly the Baltimore Colts. Strange.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Starting a new job.
Nah, he's staying. He
Thanks for
could
the
stay.
Entertainment and motivation during the hard times.
He could stay. Thank you so much for that. But the way it works with that franchise tag is a team can go in there and throw a bid and then go, your move, big guy. Let's see if you can match it. Let's see if you'll match it. So, again, that's another game of chicken. The Colts could go in and put a big bid, and then Baltimore has to match it or they let him walk. Anyway, back to Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers, Lamar Jackson is now free to talk to other teams. Yeah. I mean, I just said this. The problem with Lamar right now, I'm going to be honest, is a lot of the teams that could have made a move
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
for
Let's go, Sabrina.
Lamar Jackson,
Oh yeah, wow.
PFT, Keck, dude, it's not like a made-up report. It's how football works. It's how a franchise tag works. This is not debating the validity of PFT. This is understanding fundamentally how a franchise tag works. Very different things. Okay. Back to the New York Jets.
Wow, that's very cool.
Best 2 months of my life.
Packers think they'll get a Stafford package. No, they don't. The Packers are positioning like that so they can get as much out of the Aaron Rodgers trade as possible. Right? Teams do this all the time. Like the Bears, right? I told you what was going to happen with the Bears. I told you that the Bears were going to go out there and they said they're going to say, we're seriously considering taking a quarterback with the first overall pick. We really love these guys. Why? Because they wanted to drive up the value of the first overall pick so they could trade it.
Being cut short is the
I literally said that was what's going to happen.
Smile.
Everyone said, no way, the Bears will never do that. They love Justin Fields. What did they do? Oh, we're taking a look at quarterbacks. Okay. So, they were never going to draft a QB. That's exactly what I'm saying. You're repeating what I'm saying in different words to try and make me sound wrong.
That's very cool.
Will.
It's a smoke screen.
You're a tremendously talented entertainer and you seem to be an absolute gem of a human. Hanging out with you and your awesome community daily is so much fun.
Okay.
Never stop, never stopping.
Sorry, I'm all hopped up on goofballs right now. Thank you for that kind donation. Don't become like Hassan. This is the one topic I'll be like Hassan on. I cannot help it. Play Returnal, you jackass. You'd say this every night. Okay. So with the Aaron Rodgers situation, here is what you have ultimately. Two teams in a staring contest, right? If the Pack does not move Aaron Rodgers by the draft, then they miss out on this year's draft picks that they could potentially get from the Jets. And they don't get to support Love the way that they want to. Now, if they even hold out longer till the first week of the season, they take a, let me quote you on this, I think it is a $40 million cap hit, which ultimately fucks them. Fucks them. So, on the other hand, the Jets are the Jets. And they're very excited to get a prestige player like Aaron Rodgers in the building, because if you know the way that free agency works, if you have a guy like that on your roster, people will come play for you for less money. For less money. Because they are excited to play with an MVP. They are excited at the prospect of going into the playoffs and making a move. So there are a lot of reasons that the Jets want to get this done too. But it is now a staring contest. Ultimately, though, the Aaron Rodgers interview today only stands to help the Jets. Why?
Oh, yeah, wow. That's for
Because the
18
Jets
pop.
front office can't go out there and say,
Happy for you.
hey guys, the Packers are holding this up. That would be a breach of etiquette. But Aaron Rodgers can do it because he's Aaron fucking Rodgers. So everybody in the world knows now that the ball is in Green Bay's court. Aaron Rodgers wants to play for the Jets, and ultimately he wants to get this done quickly. So are you going to further disgruntle a future Hall of Fame quarterback, a guy that you're going to bring back for a one-day contract eventually to finish his career in Green Bay, a guy whose jersey you're going to hang from the rafters one day? Are you going to further destroy that contract to get slightly more draft capital? Not necessarily. Don Jenny, you're come on, bro. Come on. He's the best. He and Bart Starr are the two best Green Bay Packers players in history. You don't think that they're going to hang his jersey up? You're smoking crack. Literally, unless Aaron Rodgers goes on a killing spree, he's getting his jersey retired in Lambeau. What about Favre? I'm sorry. Favre is very good, but I do not put him on the level with Aaron Rodgers and Bart Starr. So, now you have a staring contest. It could go a long time, in which case Jets fans will get very nervous. But it's going to get done. Joe Douglas is not going to let Aaron Rodgers walk out of the building unless he gets so exacerbated he goes to Baltimore and goes,
Oh, yeah, wow. That's for cool.
these guys want me to give up.
Your Jets on
These guys want me to give up a first round draft pick anyway. We're going to take a crack at Lamar. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. There are all kinds of rumors about Lamar now. The rumor I heard that was crazy, is that San Francisco might try and package Trey Lance in a first round draft pick to get Lamar, which would be, dude, I don't even want to live in that football world if San Francisco gets Lamar Jackson. That would be crazy. Nah, that won't happen. That's why I said it's a rumor. It's a rumor. Niners can't afford Lamar. Bro, just look at the Saints. The Saints have negative money, and every year they figure out how to sign people. The cap gymnastics that you can do now with bonuses and deferred payments and dead cap and all that kind of stuff, just pushing it down the line. The Saints invent money every year, and it makes no sense. You think the Seahawks are going to keep Geno?
The best streamer in the world. Keep it up.
Someone asked.
So.
Well, seeing as though they gave him a new contract, signs point to yes. Stranger things have happened. Any thoughts on Juju to the Pats? Dude, as I said, if you're a Pats fan right now, you should be terrified. Pats fans should be terrified. The Pats might end up with a top 5 draft pick next year. The culture fit of Juju to the Pats is maybe the worst fit ever. But Randy Moss worked there, so who knows? You know, it's Bill Belichick. I would never bet against him. But on paper right now, the Patriots suck. They don't have a quarterback. They don't really have wide receivers. They don't really have talent. How screwed do you think the Raiders are? I don't know. Can Garoppolo stay healthy? You know what team I'm most worried about in the playoffs? And you should be worried about them too. The Giants. Giants just keep getting better. Very scary. Waller to the Giants is maybe the best move in free agency yet. For pick 100? Jesus Christ. That was a steal. Absolute fucking fleece. Absolute fucking fleece. LOL, Daniel Jones is mid. Doesn't matter. When you have arguably the best coach from last year, you hang on to your running back, you get one of the better tight ends in the game, your linemen on both sides of the trenches are out there busting ass. Giants are scary. Giants are real. They won't make the playoffs next year. Huh?
Oh, yeah, wow.
To who?
I will give 10 subs if the Jets make it to the Super Bowl.
To who? Bro, I'm not going to lie. Listen, I wouldn't bet against the Eagles, but the Eagles had a fucking yard sale. They took all their defensive talent and they said $5. So the Eagles could very well come back and be the team that they were last year. I don't doubt them. I'm not saying that's the situation. But as of this moment, they're not the same team. Dallas Cowboys, in the words of many Jets haters,
AGLES Eagles.
Dallas Cowboys are going to Dallas Cowboys in the same way that New York Jets are going to New York Jet. I said it last year. I said Dallas Cowboys are going to Dallas Cowboy. Everybody's like, no way. All the way to the Super Bowl, baby. Commanders?
Yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Is it going to be the Commanders?
I'm a stud. I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
If you could do a sports podcast with any Twitch streamer, who would it be and why hasn't it happened yet?
Easy.
Neff.
S-Fan. It's S-Fan. And it's happening. We are doing draft coverage together. S-Fan and I are doing a draft show. Okay? So you're going to get what you want. And there's going to be a lot of guest appearances by football players. You might see a Sauce Gardner show up. You might see a newly signed Austin Eckler show up. You might see some real talent show up. We're working on it. When? I'll give you one hint. It's a draft show. So we're doing it at Christmas. No, it'll be on the day of the draft, which is in a little over a month. By the way, if I'm the Bills, listen, I will tell you one move the Bills can make right now that will make them the favorite in the AFC East again. And I will tell you right now, the Jets will not win that division if they make this move. No, it's not Zeke. It's Austin Eckler. Or the other guy, Austin Eckler, or here's one that the Bills could do. What about this guy? Titans are talking about trading this guy. What about Derrick Henry to the fucking Bills? Are you shitting me? If I'm the Bills, I'm floating a pick across their bow. 29-year-old running back? Bro, Derrick Henry is a fucking bus. You put him in that backfield with that quarterback? Dude, it's literally a 1-2 uppercut punch. It's high J, no Epo. Dude, that backfield, oh my, literally linebackers would ice before the game.
Battlehawks.
If they had to play those two.
XFL?
They would start icing before the game happened.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Anyway, I think the Bills should make one of those moves. I think the Bills should make one of those moves. Where's Zeke going? I have no idea where Zeke is going. I'm going to be real with you. Zeke hasn't been good in 2 years. He's been okay. He hasn't been good. Like, he's one of those players where I think people's memory of him is so, like, when he had those rushing titles, is so much, like, so inflated compared to his performance recently. Pollard has really been the main back in Dallas for a while. How do you feel about Juju going to the Pats? I literally just said that it's a terrible fit. It's a horrible fit. You're sending the TikTok wide receiver to Belichick country. Makes no sense to me. Makes absolutely no sense to me. But it's Bill Belichick. Who knows? Maybe in an effort to win, he picks up TikToking too. Who knows? What do you think of Baker to Tamps? One word, and it starts with re and ends with
I
ilds.
thought Juju got a 3-year deal with the Chiefs. 30.
That's a rebuild. That is a rebuild. What do you think about the Lazard pickup?
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Neff.
Listen. My thoughts on the Lazard pickup. Frankly, I wanted the Jets to possibly hang in the draft and get one of the best wide receivers in the draft.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very
because there's a good chance that they're all going to slide down the board and be there at 13, and then you can get your X, right? Your X receiver being your large receiver. But at 27 years old, 6'5", we need an X, coming off his best season, a guy that reportedly is a great blocker, and that the Jets are very comfortable with. I think, or that Aaron Rodgers is very comfortable with. I think they made a good move. Now everybody says, oh my gosh, 4 years, $44 million. Well, if you actually looked at the contract, they have an out after 2 years. So if it doesn't work out or he slows down, it's a 2-year, $22 million contract. In which case, I'm very okay with that. I'm very okay with that. I hope the Jets trade down. I hope the Jets trade down. The only way I don't see them trading down is if this kid is on the board at 13 or if Paris Johnson is on the board at 13. In my opinion, the two best tackles in the draft. If one of those guys is hanging out at 13, you got to pull the trigger. You got to go get your guy. However, if they're not, you trade down and hope for an Anton Harrison. Or you take Osiris Torrance out of Florida, the guard, and you just start stacking your line. And then you trade up back into the second round and you get this guy. You trade up back into the second round and you get this kid right here, John Michael Schmitz. I think the Jets will go line with their first pick and line with whatever pick they have left after that.
Oh, yeah, wow. That's
and I
very
think
cool.
those would be the players. This kid, you're not getting pick 13, lol. Sir, we have pick 13. I don't know what you mean by getting pick 13. The Jets currently have pick 13. So we would have to lose pick 13. Well, Aaron Rodgers trade. Listen, personally, I don't think that they're going to get a first round pick. Personally. I don't think so. I could be wrong. I could see it happening. I could see the Jets getting anxious and they're just, fuck it. Take it. The only way that I could see pick 13 happening, if maybe it's a package, if they throw in some other player in the deal. The other thing I could see is Jets Packers pick swap. So the Jets swap with the Packers take pick 13, the Jets take pick 15, and we package our second round draft pick. It's at least pick 13. I don't think you're correct, but you could be. I don't think you're correct. I could see that, though. 13-15 swap. Packers move up the 2 spots. Basically, the Packers know at 13 that they're going to get one of the 2 best wide receivers in the draft. I could see them being antsy to do that, right? So essentially, they trade in front of the Patriots, so the Patriots don't get their run of a wide receiver. And then they could... So Packers get pick 13, Jets get pick 15, and then the Packers also get pick 35, I think. Do you like the Steelers, Will? I don't dislike them. Aaron Rodgers was an MVP in 2020 and 2021. He's not at least worth a 13. You don't understand how football works, son. It's not that he's not good. It's that he's 39 years old. And he literally was talking about being 90% sure he's going to retire, which is why I said there will probably be a conditional pick next year, whether he plays or not. You look 39? Oh, that's funny. That's what your dad said when I was sucking his cock. Your dad's gay. So that's my assumption, is that you might get a conditional pick next year based on Aaron Rodgers, but Jets fans know, Aaron Rodgers knows, people that understand the NFL know, Aaron Rodgers is probably a 1-year item. He's probably playing for the 2024 season only. In which case, a first-round draft pick, the 13th overall pick in the draft, is very high. It's an exorbitant cost. When you talk about a Stafford package or a Russell Wilson package, you're talking about a franchise quarterback that will probably be with your team 2, 3, maybe even 4 years. Trade pick 13 to Vegas for Devontae Adams. How would you feel? We couldn't pay him. We couldn't pay him. I don't think we could afford him.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Lamar Jackson to the Falcons. What do you think about that? I think that ship has sailed. Maybe not.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Congrats on the trade, big man.
They just picked up Taylor Heineke. Hey, who needs Lamar Jackson? You got Heineke, baby. As I said, a lot of people didn't like it, but I think the dark horse, no pun intended, to come in and make a play at Lamar Jackson at this point are the Colts. The Vikes, that would shock everyone. The Vikings making that play would be shocking. It'd be hype though. Didn't Lamar Jackson get franchise tag? Okay. We've had too many people be sure
I'm bald.
that
I don't take no shit
that
from anyone.
franchise tagging excluded trading.
Kill the Jets' leverage. Jets fans expect the trade. Green Bay has other options.
No, you don't understand also. I'll explain this first because of a donation. It didn't hurt the Jets. It hurt Green Bay. It hurt Green Bay. The exact opposite. Because Aaron Rodgers laid bare that he doesn't want to play in Green Bay. They are ready to move on. They want love. And there aren't other teams in the NFL that are going to trade for Aaron Rodgers. Nor will Aaron Rodgers go play for them. So either Green Bay trades Aaron Rodgers or he comes back to the tune of a $30 million cap hit and then sits on the bench. He will be the most expensive backup quarterback in history, and he will fuck up the game plan in Green Bay. Absolutely decimate it.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
No one wants Lamar, and as a Vents fan, I don't mind getting him without franchise tag.
No one wants Lamar. I mean, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. Anyway, let me explain a franchise tag now, because we've had too much misconceptions about a franchise tag. The franchise, okay, so there are two franchise tags. There is a franchise tag, and then there is an exclusive franchise tag, okay? They're two separate things. What you're thinking of is a exclusive franchise tag. An exclusive franchise tag means that you essentially pay around top of the market for your athlete, and they are not allowed to be traded, right? Thank you so much for those 1,000 bits. I appreciate you. I think the current cost of an exclusive franchise tag on a quarterback, someone can correct me, I don't know the exact number, I think it's $45 million. So Baltimore would have had to pay an extra $15 million to Lamar Jackson. 35, it's not 35. It's more than 35. The franchise tag is $35 million. The exclusive franchise tag is 45.
That's for cool.
I'm just here so my dad can be serviced.
It's way more. Oh my God. Okay, no, you're wrong. So the regular franchise tag is $32 million. I think the exclusive franchise tag is 45. I am correct. I just looked it up. Oh my God. Bro, I don't know what's going on tonight, but we have a bunch of Colin cowards in the chat.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
We have
Thank you for
literally a bunch of chatters that are confidently incorrect about their sports takes. And literally took me 10 seconds to look up and see that you were wrong. You are the Colin Coward of chatters. Literally being like, wrong. 2 seconds of Googling. Okay, I'm right. So in the exclusive franchise tag, you can't seek a trade. In a regular franchise tag, the athlete is allowed to pursue a trade, right? And what happens is, if you can meet the demands of the team, in Baltimore's case, 2 first-round draft picks, you get to field an offer. So they go in there, we're going to give Lamar Jackson $200 million over 6 seasons, fully guaranteed, whatever. That's made up numbers. The Baltimore Ravens then have a chance to match that offer and keep their athlete. That is how that works. So Lamar Jackson moving around is still very much in play. Okay? There you go. Now you know how those tags work. They can pick the demands. I thought it was 2 first-round draft picks by default.
I'm a stud.
I don't know that. That's the one thing I wouldn't know. You'd have to look that up.
Getting the discount double
It might
check.
be default.
Do you think they had to pay extra for someone who is COVID immune?
No, they can pick. There you go. Pay extra for someone who's COVID immune. Listen, I've said this many times. I'm a Jets fan. Okay. At this point, in my desperation, if Donald Trump could play quarterback, I'd be helping build a wall. You know what I mean? What do you want from me? I know the man is flawed. Okay? I know he's deeply flawed. Just let him throw the fucking football for a year. Okay? He's a little weird. He's a little bit of a Karen. Okay?
I'm a stud. I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
What night is movie night now that Wednesday is football night? Neff
It's
Leaders.
movie night. Just give me a second, man. I love the Jets. This was like Christmas Day for me. Give me an hour to talk football. All right? I usually cut myself off. I'm not cutting myself off tonight. Someone asked, what if Lamar Jackson wants to move on? Listen, the truth of the matter is, if Aaron Rodgers was cryptic with his situation, then Lamar Jackson is like a codex. It's like he's like impossible to crack because he has no team. He has no team. He has no one working for him on the business side. It is Lamar. So the only information you're going to get is directly from Lamar's mouth. The only people that know what is going on with Lamar right now are the Baltimore Ravens. And there is a rumor that Lamar Jackson turned down a $200 million guaranteed contract from Baltimore already. There is a rumor. I don't know if that's true. But who knows? No one knows. Only the Ravens and Lamar know. He said 3 years, $133 million guaranteed. God damn. That's crazy he turned that down. Oh, that is nuts. That is so much guaranteed money. That's so much guaranteed money. Holy fuck. This exclusive franchise tag seems like a loophole for a team losing a player like Lamar, though. You either get him for $32 million this year, which is a steal,
A cash forward,
or you get
can
2
buy
first-round picks if someone pays him more. Listen,
because it seems that you would rock that shit.
thank you so much. I would rock that shit. It's a crazy NFL world we live in, where $32 million is a steal for any athlete. $32 million is a lot of money, right? It's not like they're paying him with coupons to Taco Bell. Hang on, I gotta grab a water. I'm parched. Anywho. The Cowboys released Zeke? Yes, they did. Why would you want Aaron Rodgers? Someone asks. Let me pull something up for you. This is Aaron Rodgers' stat sheet. Jesus Christ. I mean, what are we talking about? And let me say something. Those seasons when he won MVP, those seasons that he won MVP, he had an offensive coordinator named Nathaniel Hackett, who is now the offensive coordinator of the New York Jets. Hackett was so bad in Buffalo. I think you're thinking of
Colorado.
but you know, it's cool. You used to coach in Buffalo? When? Buffalo Bills. Oh my God, I totally forgot. In 2013, he was their head coach. Wait. No. Oh, he was the offensive coordinator in 2013. Damn, that's a long time ago. Who was the... Oh, back with that quarterback sensation we all knew, EJ Manuel.
Do you think Zach Wilson is still gonna make Aaron's life hell in practice?
No. But I'll say this. I don't have any belief in Zach Wilson anymore. So you can already, meme that all you want. But one thing I will say, it's very interesting to me how many people have been dick riding Geno Smith and been like, oh, the Jets should have hung on to him. The Jets should have hung on to him. I've seen it in chat. I've seen it, right? I've seen it in chat. Took 10 years for that guy to figure it out. So by that math, all the Geno Smith dick riders, we should hang on to Zach for the same amount of time to see if he can figure it out, right? That's a silly take. How is that a silly take? How is that a silly take? How is that a silly take?
I'm a stud.
It's meant to be a silly take.
I don't take no shit from anyone.
But the logic thread...
Night here. I'm a massive Packers fan and Aaron has been with us almost my whole life. But I am so happy to see him going to your team, and to see what Love can do. Let's go Jets.
I think Love is going to be better than people think. I think you'll get a second-round pick for him and another conditional second-round pick. That's my expectation. That's what I'm locking it in as. A pick, second-round pick, and another second-round pick, which is a lot of draft real estate. Like, that's not a small amount of compensation for an athlete. So with the Zach Wilson thing, I'll say this. This is the one thing I will say. To be completely honest. If that kid has any shot of being good, because at this point, we don't have to take his fifth-year option. We can basically re-sign him for a sandwich if we decide to keep him. If he has any shot of being good, it's sitting behind Aaron Rodgers. Now, I'm not saying that's something I'm holding my breath for. I'm not saying that is likely. I'm saying if there is any shot at redeeming him as a quarterback, it is behind Aaron Rodgers. That's what I would say. So, not that I'm holding out hope. How's the Jets O-line? Good, but they had tons of injuries last season. So the worry is that we need a lot of depth because not all of them will stay healthy. Eagles lost a lot of defensive players this year. Yeah, we talked about it.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Neff Fisto love you will Neff.
Thank you so much. Odell, I don't think Odell will go to the Jets. The rumor is Odell's looking for $20 million for the season. I don't know if anybody's going to give him that. Maybe some super needy team. But I don't think Joe Douglas and the Jets are in at $20 million for the season. Don't be surprised if Jalen Carter falls in the first round. Dude, I will tell you right now, if Jalen Carter falls to the 13th pick and the Jets still have it, they're going to think long and hard about it.
That's very cool.
They are going to think long and hard about it. Even if he's fucking up his combine, even if he's got trouble with the law. Not happening. Guys, you act like players don't ever fall. You act like players don't ever fall in the draft. Here's the clip. I wasn't going to show it, but for everybody who said he's not happening, here's why people are saying that outside of the fact that he's got legal trouble right now. Here, take a look. Looking like shit. Fucking misstep off the line in a drill. Looking tired as hell. Muted, it's not muted. There's just no sound. Players rise and players fall before the draft all the time. Do you remember the Laramie Tunsil bong mask? Everybody does. Laramie Tunsil. Another great example. You want to see a way to make your draft stock fall? Here, I'll show you, kids. If you want to go lower in the draft and make less money, go ahead and spark a bong mass in front of a Confederate flag. Before the draft. Aaron Rodgers fell in the draft. There are a lot of players that fall in the draft. There are a lot of players. Dude.
I'm a stud. I'm bald.
You know who else fell in the draft?
As a GB lifer, congrats, man. You've got yourself a great QB now, if not a bit of an annoying human being.
You know who else who else fell in the draft? Lamar Jackson fell to the 32nd pick. This man is about to get $200 million guaranteed. He was sitting on the board all night. Brady was a 6th rounder. There's a difference. No one was screaming about Brady being this breakout talent. He looked like a wet noodle in the combine. Lamar Jackson, there were people who were like, dude, this kid is a generational talent. And he sat on the board, and he sat on the board, and he sat on the board, and he sat on the board. Anyway. He sat because people saw his 57% completion percentage at Louisville and thought he couldn't cut it. There's an important word in there. Louisville. Who the fuck was he throwing to? Who the fuck? If anybody can name me a single receiver that he played college ball with at Louisville without Googling it.
I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
Great news for the Jets. Horrible news for the Mets.
Yeah. Anyway. Tom Brady combine tape. Dude, I've seen this. This is amazing. He looks like my dad running after my dog growing up when he got out of the house. Listen, I don't mean to say he's not the greatest of all time. I'm just saying he didn't look like the guy.
Oh yeah, wow. That's
Sock and Bop, thank you for the prime. We got some Wub Cubs popping into the chat, it looks like. Ladies and gentlemen, I've talked about all the football I can talk. I've talked an hour of solid football. No. Jets fans, we cannot be doing this. Jets, I do not endorse this. This is some crazy shit, Jets fans. God damn. See? You see how dire it is in the fucking Meadowlands? That's why you guys just need to let us have this. You can't tease Jets fans about this yet. All right? We got people burning their goddamn Vax cards. That's how dire the situation is. Now, I burned mine a few hours ago, so... That's actually why I couldn't go to Japan. I burnt my Vax card in solidarity. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's film night. And I owe it to you to tell you what movie we're watching tonight. I owe it to you. You've suffered through the Jets talk, and you've come out clean on the other side, and it's movie night. Ladies and gentlemen, we are watching tonight one of my favorite movies of all time. We're watching a 1999 crime drama that, in my opinion, would change film. We are watching Guy Ritchie's first
that's very cool.
effort. We're watching Lock,
so happy to hang out with
Stock,
awesome community on my
and
birthday,
Two
Neff.
motherfucking Smoking Barrels. That's right. Get your oi brovs ready. Get your oi brovs ready. Get your 3 heads ready. And make sure you turn on the fucking subtitles because you won't understand one fucking thing they're saying. It's like they're speaking a different language. This movie is so goddamn good. It makes me unbelievable. Unbelievably excited. What is this? Hold on.
Listen, I'm a big-time Jets fan, right? And the only conspiracy theory that I'm going to talk about today is the fact that Aaron Rodgers needs to be our quarterback, psychedelics or not. The conspiracy theory that he needs to spell is that I'm a Jet fan, 50 years old. I've never seen a Super Bowl. I feel that Joe Namath, I am not a Joe Namath sympathizer, but that man sold his soul to the devil back in 1969, and that is the reason why.
See, when I do the Jets fan character,
Oh yeah, wow.
you guys all go, hee 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 hee, that's so funny. If you guys could understand how accurate my Jets fan character is, like this is real. This isn't a person doing a bit. This is not a joke to Vinny on the phone right now.
The Super Bowl. I feel that Joe Namath, I am not a Joe Namath sympathizer, but that man sold his soul to the devil back in 1969, and that is the reason why the Jets have been a horrible football team for the last 54 years and haven't given me a Super Bowl. Now, personally, with the psychedelics part of it, I think that Aaron Rodgers, listen, everybody thinks Aaron Rodgers is crazy for going on these psychedelic journeys, but he's probably just trying to figure out something about, himself, and I think it works for a lot of people. I also think that he's finding out.
Hey, he's probably doing those drugs to figure something out. Listen, my cousin John, he did mushrooms like 6 times, okay, when we were in Hoboken. And after the 6th time, he looked at me, he said, Vinny, I think I'm gay. Now, I wasn't exactly juiced about that, but I was happy for him in my own way. My mom, Mary, had a hard time dealing with a homosexual child, but it led to a lot of growth for him. Anyway, what was I saying about Aaron Rodgers? I got sidetracked.
How to combat the devil when he comes face-to-face with him once he walks into MetLife Stadium.
All right, well, I was just going to say, if he wants a psychedelic journey, wait till he puts that Jet jersey on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Guys, hey, listen, guys, I love you guys. Listen to you guys all the time. It's the first time I got through in 15 years to you, Boomer. Boomer, one of my favorite Jet quarterbacks of all time, brother.
I appreciate that. Thanks, Richie. I was on a psychedelic journey, too.
Let me tell you, that's the phone call that if this...
Listen, if Aaron Rodgers wants to drink my blood like some kind of Illuminati vampire, then I'm going in there with a scalpel and my fucking Broadway Joe jersey on. And you could bury me a bloodless husk of the man I used to be, because we're bringing the trophy back to the Meadowlands, baby!
Oh yeah, wow. That's
when I got my quadruple bypass surgery last year, I was almost sure I would be dead and buried before I saw the Jets back in the playoffs.
To get fucked.
But not anymore, baby! As long as I take my blood pressure pills and Aaron Rodgers keeps slinging pigskin, we're on our way to Vegas for the Super Bowl! Dude, I swear to you, I've told this story before. I'll tell it one more time before we watch Lock, Stock. Bro, there's a bar in Los Angeles called Q's. And it's way out in Santa Monica. And Santa Monica is like the uber rich beach town in Los Angeles, right? And for no reason, this one gross sports bar is a Jets bar. It makes no sense that there is a lone Jets bar in the middle of Santa Monica, the wealthiest area. Like, one of the wealthiest areas in Los Angeles, save Beverly Hills and Bel Air. And I used to go there when I first moved to LA, when the Jets really sucked, to watch Jets games. And it was the funniest shit ever. Watching like yoga moms, watching, you know, whatever team they're watching, there for some wings or something, yoga moms and stuff. And dude, and Jets fans from around California.
Yeah, wow, that's very cool.
In fucking Santa Monica watching a screen during the bad Jets years and being like, Jesus Christ, please, I swear to God, I'll cut my fucking dick off if you just give me one goddamn touchdown. Mark Sanchez, you're fucking killing me. If I had any more hair to lose, I would be losing it. If I wasn't fully bald, I would be dropping hair into my buffalo wings right now. God, please give me mesothelioma so I can't watch any more of this fucking train. He's a bum. Sanchez, he's fucking terrible. Give me another fucking pitcher of Pabst. Soccer mom is like, yoga mom from Santa Monica is just like in fear. She's like, what is happening? What is going on? I just wanted to get a cheesesteak.
Keep up the amazing work, Big Cat.
Sweetheart, are you looking at this? Are you watching this game? You better not. You watch 10 minutes of a Jets football game, your tits will fall off. By the way, though, the last thing I will say, this was fucking iconic. This was fucking iconic. Adam Schefter texts Aaron Rodgers to try and get an update about his situation. And Aaron Rodgers texts back, lose my number. That, dude, I'm all in. I'm burning my Vax card. Okay? I'm all in. I'm all in. I'm burning my Vax card. I'm taking ayahuasca. We're all in. By the way, I saw the incredible Myth in chat. Myth, I fucking love you, bud. Playing video games with you has been a highlight for me recently. Love you, bud.
Oh, yeah, wow, that's very cool.
11 months with King of Reacts and the Late Late Night.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we start our movie, we have a tradition here.
Oh, yeah, wow, that's very
We have a tradition here.
I sold my soul to the devil.
Yeah.
I sold my soul to the devil.
Yeah.
That's right, baby. That's right. Anyway, we have a tradition here. We watch a brief instructional video. If you're new here, if you haven't been here for film night, these are a brief set of rules to familiarize you with how to conduct yourself during film nights. 3 minutes. If you've seen these rules before, please use this as your opportunity to hit the lights, grab a blanket, grab a snack, get comfortable, do whatever you need to do to get in your film feng shui. Okay? Before I play this video, let me just say my mods will be finding alternative links for this film. If you do not have Amazon Prime, please speak to my mods about finding a viewing alternative. If you don't want to watch a viewing alternative, you could always join the Discord. There are many options to watch along with us in there. If you are here and you want to watch this movie, someone will find a way to help you watch this movie. We will find a legal alternative. I saw a Schwins here. He works for Twitch. Oh, God. We'll find a legal alternative Anyway, when we get back from this brief instructional video, we'll be watching the 1999 crime classic, Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. If you haven't seen it, it's really incredible. It is the precursor to a film called Snatch, which is one of the best movies ever. So go ahead and watch these brief rules.
It's a groovy time for a movie time. So grab your gap and grab a seat. But don't forget to get something to eat. Delicious meat and nutritious meat.
You can't beat my meat for a special treat. Sucking on me is really neat.
Don't be a jerk and don't be a fool. Be a good neighbor and follow these rules. What are these rules? Remember to keep your shoes on at all times. Don't pull your penis out unless you really need to. Indecent exposure is a class 2 felony.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool. Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Let's go polka dot hypernauters hypernauters.
Ha! That's right. Did you take notes? Tear your wife in half. Babies, don't watch this. Don't record it. Spent your money on drugs. Ayahuasca, actually. Okay. With that being said, mods, help anybody who needs to watch the movie. Join the Discord. We're opening it up. This movie's an hour and 48 minutes long, so I'll be doing some gaming afterward. Let's get into it. Oh, yeah, don't pull your penis out. That's a big one. Oh, yeah, don't pull your penis out. That's a big one. I already said that, Will. Unless you really need to. Indecent exposure is a class 2 felony. Ladies and gentlemen, before the film starts, I just want to say it is nuts that we have 5,000 people here, no raid, no host, for film night. It is very flattering. Thank you all for helping me continue a tradition that we've been doing since I had 14 viewers. It's fucking incredible that so many of you care about movies, want to watch movies, want to expand your horizons, and watch these obscure films with me. Really love it, guys. One of my favorite things that I do. Obscure lull. Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels outside of the UK is an obscure film, my brother. Yes. He's so good. Treat someone else's wife. We can't get him again. They changed the bloody locks. Yes, this song. I want to drive, but I need a car. Timestamp, you jerk. We're at 3 minutes right now. Wow, your Twitch channel is straight viruses? I have no idea what you mean, brother. Yo, Neff, turn down the movie volume. You control your viewing with Amazon Prime. I cannot adjust the volume. I cannot turn on subtitles. I cannot pause it. That's all on you. The French fried telephone. The French fried telephone. Century. Fuck it. This shit is so three head. Liberia's deficit. Greatest line in history. Let me feel the fiber of your fabric. Soap. Fucking love Soap. they called this skinny fucker the fat man. Love this movie. The Baptist. Dude, I need more 3 heads in chat. I have to have more 3 heads. You fucking liability. Are you fucking pay or what? You're fat and look as though you should be, but you're not. And thieves in the street. Oh, yeah. People are like fake weed plants. Bro, this film had a very small budget. My bad. No. I'm just saying. That's why. Also, weed, very illegal at the time. Chill, Winston. We grow copious amounts of ganja. Oh, fuck, that's so good. The soundtrack of this movie is amazing. Be the boss. Good dad. I'll be back. card players. Samoan Joes. Hmm. Ah! Ah! She won't stand for it, chat. Someone came out on fire. You could fall in love with an orangutan in there. No. It's antique furniture. They can't even afford new furniture. Whoa, Kenny. How do I undouble the audio? You have two tabs open. You have two movies open right now. I'd be willing to bet my life on it. Pants on fire. What a montage. What a fucking montage. Pants on fire. Dusts himself off. I love his voice. That's actually the same device that they use to cheat in chess. Oh, Jesus. Oh, shit. One of the greatest songs ever. Iggy fucking Pop and the Stooges. Bang, 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 bang. Face to face. Jesus Christ. Oh. Jesus Christ. Ugh. That was seen as a pleasant way to go. A pleasant way to go. That was seen as a pleasant way to go. That was such a good line. Jesus Christ. Oh, dog. 12 o'clock. Plank. Different time. Different time. Thank you. Still a good idea. I'm a geezer. A lot of F word. A bad day in Bosnia. The light is on and burning bright to the masses. Kosher is Christmas. I love Rory Breaker. I love the subtitles. So that's the guy who ran out on fire. Ping pong tiddly. Bam, bam, bam. People want more range these days. Or your son. Blowing smoke down the barrels. Drachmas. Jack in the Box. Shit him right up. Knives for a pro. He passed out. We're being fucked. Could everybody stop getting? Jesus Christ. Let's fucking go. Thank you for the sub. A traffic warden again. The traffic warden again. It just oh oh dude, that groan is so fucking oh. Same fucking table. My ganja. I'm Mr. Breaker. Getting fucked up. Nicholas. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Such a great shot. This sequence is incredible. This sequence is one of the best action sequences in movies. Bang, bang. I drive the car. They're just still driving at a good time. I love that little sound effect. They're they're about to rob Hatchet Harry to get the guns back that he already has. Porn King. Thank you, Virtual Meal. Appreciate you, bud. Need some get back. I'm mad. Better get ready. Hey, sorry, mate. Bricked up. Fucking Sting. Yes, I will get the Discord synced. I've been doing a lot of stuff. Sorry. You dippy bastard. He thinks they're scary. It's been emotional. So good. The guns. It's like Spanish Armada guns, bro. 250 mil. Or 250,000 each, bro. 250,000 each. Fucking battery. What a good ending. Do, 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 do. With a bullet. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, another film night down. That movie is incredible. You know what's really interesting to me? In terms of viewership, that movie did not perform well, right? We lost like 200,000, or we lost like 2,000 people with that movie, and I honestly think it's because of the accents. Every time I play a super British film, people leave. I think people like hear the intense accents and they can't follow it. That's just something I've noticed.
Oh, yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Doing film night, every time we watch a British film, the viewership is really poor. Anytime we do a film with subtitles, the views aren't good. Anyway, who cares? That movie is incredible. Now we get to do the actual class portion of the stream. Yes.
I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
Amazing movie. Do you prefer it over Snatch?
They're very similar movies in their anatomy. I think ultimately Snatch is a more polished product, but I think Lock, Stock is more fun. I think Lock, Stock, there are a few times in this film that I am just wheezing. It's so funny. Snatch is, I mean, it's got a much bigger budget because of the success of this film. But I think it's always fun to see where a filmmaker comes from. This movie is like Guy Ritchie's version of Mariachi before Desperado, right? It's kind of like a filmmaker showing their style before they get the big Hollywood budget. And it's wonderful. It is a wonderful film. I think the genius of this film is the writing. And I think it's ultimately Guy Ritchie, in my opinion, kind of suffered from what I would like to call M. Night Shyamalan syndrome, where audiences expected a certain type of film from Guy Ritchie in the same way that they expected these like life-shattering twists from M. Night Shyamalan. And so I feel like they kind of like compress themselves into a box trying to recreate the magic of their early films. Did you like Rock and Rolla? I liked Rock and Rolla. I don't know if it's as good as these. It is the soundtrack, bro. The soundtrack in this film. It is such pithy.
Will,
Yeah.
you and Hassan are both the father. Sorry to tell you like this. Fair skin,
Thank you.
male sign.
Thank you, King Bimmy. Fair skin male sign, indeed.
I'm a stud.
Yes.
I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
Lock, Stock and Snatch are still Statham's best roles. Whenever I rewatch those movies, I'm always a bit disappointed that he went down the Hollywood tough guy route.
Money. When are you coming? I don't know. She hasn't booked the ticket yet, Caroline. I think I'll be there tomorrow at 10 p.m. It looks like. It looks like. Okay. But might be there at another time. Hi, Caroline. Everybody say hi to Caroline Kwan, by the way. I miss you too. I'll see you soon. I did that so I would have a later flight, Caroline, so you could coordinate your brother taking care of Farley. Okay. So, I think the genius of these films is the writing. It's so pithy and the plot kind of folds in on itself, and it's got this really great kind of like back and forth, and you know, it's just so such a funny and fun movie. Anywho, if you liked this movie and you've never seen other Guy Ritchie movies before, I highly recommend his other work. I think Snatch, definitely see Snatch. I liked Gentleman, his newest one. It was kind of a flop. I also really like Rock and Rolla. He's got some good movies. I don't know if they're as good as Snatch and Lock, Stock, but those two movies are incredible. Man from U.N.C.L.E. is great. But it's It's always interesting to see a filmmaker's really early stuff. You can see what he does with his style. He's got a very pronounced style. Like a lot of those really fun little montages and smash cuts and weird like pauses are just really, really fun filmmaking. Anyway, I thought this would be a good film night. Little British film. I was really happy.
Wow, that's very cool.
When I got
Did you
this.
like Wrath of Man?
I didn't see Wrath of Man, I don't think. Oh, wait, I did. I think it was okay. The other thing, the last thing I will talk about with Guy Ritchie, which is great, a great thing to learn, is dialogue. Guy Ritchie's dialogue is so fucking pithy, and I think it plays in to the Britishness of it, where like half the point or half the time they're speaking, you're like, what are they saying? But it's like so fluid and really good stuff. He makes his dialogue so conversational, which is so fun. You fucking slag. Anyway, that is what I would focus on for the Ritchie film. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Sorry, mates. Why did it flop? Which film are we asking about? We mentioned a few films that flopped. Gentlemen? I can't tell you. I don't know why it flopped. It was pretty good. Lock, Stock? I don't think Lock, Stock flopped. I think Lock, Stock was a huge success. Did you see the trailer for Covenant? I'm pretty worried about him doing a propaganda movie. Covenant?
John, you have tallies approaching.
So this is his new film?
You still don't remember a thing.
I don't remember any of it. I only remember the interpreter. Why he wants this job?
I need the money.
Don't disappoint. Turn out to be a pain in the ass.
No, not me, sir.
Money isn't the reason he wants this job.
It's Alabama killed his son.
Stop the vehicle, Sergeant.
We don't want to go down this road.
You're out of your bounds, Ahmed. You're here to translate.
Actually, I'm here to interpret.
John, you have tallies approaching.
Well, I won't back down.
For 3 weeks, this family believed you were dead. We owe that man your life.
There wasn't enough for him to carry me across those mountains. Now he's hiding in a hole somewhere. I should be in that hole.
You could stand me up at the gates of hell.
Everything all right, John? No, everything's not all right. There is a hook in me. Ahmed and his family are in trouble.
We can't intervene.
I am gonna have to get him out myself.
Listen, you're gonna be alone. There ain't no. You gotta adapt. Use what you got.
If you can give me the location, I can get him out of the country. It's too dangerous. You'll become very popular with the Taliban.
Wait, I'm confused. What is this propaganda for? Isn't this acknowledging that we left all of our translators ass out? Isn't this acknowledging that the military left all their translators completely ass out? Interpreters, not translators. Okay, Karen. White savior narrative.
I miss you. Love you, Daddy.
Didn't the interpreter save him? I feel like this is an action movie. I don't know. I guess I can see how there's a propaganda element to it, but if every action movie that has a white lead now is white savior complex, I don't know if I'm down for that. I'll have to watch the movie. You might be right, but from the trailer, that didn't feel like army propaganda film like Sniper. You know what I mean? Like there are films that I look at and I'm like, oh my God, come on. Like what the fuck is this? Or what was it? American Sniper? American Sniper is like heavy propaganda, right? I don't know. I'd have to watch it. He has to go back, and the lone hero must go back to save the translator from the hole. I mean, isn't that every action movie of all time that like a lone hero must stand against odds? Like I get it. I get what you're getting at, but I'd have to see the movie because it looks as though it was like an indictment of the American military. And then Jake Gyllenhaal being a standout goes against the military to save his friend. It didn't seem like it was a very serious film either. It looked like he was bucking lead like an old school fucking, Stallone film. Jake can pick better projects. You haven't even seen the movie yet. Listen, does the movie look particularly good to me? No. But it is Guy Ritchie, who I like. I don't know. I'll watch it. I don't think it's going to be anything mind-boggling, but I don't think it'll be anything beyond a pretty base action movie either. Did you like Zero Dark 30? No, not really. I like Black Hawk Down. That movie is rad. I'm not the biggest war guy. I'm not the biggest war film guy. I'm going to be honest. I think that all war films ultimately end up a little masturbatory. Right? It's little boys with sticks taken to the nth degree. But to say that like war isn't a real piece of humanity, and there aren't people that really enjoy retrospect on war. You know, war is hell, man. And I need to see that in a movie to understand it. I get that. I don't know. To me, that just seemed like a movie that won't be particularly groundbreaking or that, incredible. That seemed like a red box rental with dad while your mom's away on business while you eat a pizza film. But
oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Neff.
Gordito, thank you. What do you think of the movie In Bruges? Love In Bruges. I think it might be the implication
Have you
that
seen the 1930
we sent people
Alt-Right on
or
the Western Front?
people went in to save people left behind that didn't happen. I don't know. Never happened. Yeah. But didn't even in the trailer they make it clear that the American military said that he couldn't help his friend? That seemed pretty honest, and that this is like an action movie about one guy defying the I mean, listen, I don't want to get too far in the weeds with this. I don't fucking care. It's to me it's like if someone's like, "Yo, Rambo is a propaganda movie." What? For what? They do First Blood. The third Rambo is Brave Mujahideen Soldiers, but like First Blood, not really. It's actually an anti-war movie because he comes back and they spit on him. Sorry, I confused everybody by saying Rambo. The name of that movie is actually First Blood. Minions is very supportive of the American military-industrial complex. Actually, that take I agree with. I guess, yeah. You know what? I'll draw a bridge on this because ultimately the people that are excited about that film are people that are probably susceptible to pro-war propaganda. I will give you that. Are you more hyped about Lazard or Cobb? I don't think Cobb's been traded yet. Unless I missed something.
Wow, that's very cool.
Hassel Neff love
Recently.
movie nights.
Was Cobb traded while I've been streaming? No, he hasn't been traded yet. Okay. Did I miss your Oscar review? Yeah, you missed that, and you missed the Aaron Rodgers take. Sorry, guys. You're gonna have to go back and watch those. I did probably an hour and a half on both. As someone with a lot of harrowed vets in the family, I'm always critical of these kind of films, to be honest. They lack nuance and end up romanticizing military violence. Yeah. I think that's fair.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
You know,
Movie night is my favorite night of the year. Thank you for exposing me.
I think
to
some
great
films
I
are-
haven't seen yet.
I think some films are just films. You know what I mean? I don't know if every film has to be, like, at the end of the day, smart. That's what I'll say. But I understand how war is a sensitive topic. What do you think of Nightcrawler? I love Nightcrawler. Nightcrawler is a criminally slept on film. Anyway, it's always this is a strange conversation because it's a movie that's not even out yet. So we really don't know aside from a minute-long trailer. Like, remember the original Suicide Squad, that was propaganda, that trailer. It made that movie look good, which was definitely propaganda, right? And boy, were we wrong. It wasn't that bad. Oh, my sweet summer child. The first Suicide Squad was so bad. It was one of the worst movies I've ever seen. Have you seen The Menu? If so, what are your thoughts? Ironically, it kind of critiques people like us critiquing films. Well, it critiques people like you critiquing films. Right? Like, one of the main critiques is a guy who's never cooked a day in his life critiquing a chef. I have made film for the last decade. I am in the Screenwriters Guild. I'm currently in a film at South by Southwest. My critique probably means a little bit more because I do this shit. So, you know, I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I also have a master's degree in film. But, you know, I get your point. I understand what you mean. I think ultimately The Menu ended up being less a critique of critics and more of kind of playing into this wave of like, don't we hate rich people?
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Easy clap.
So funny, like in the 80s, every villain was a Russian. In the 2010s, every villain is a rich person. It's like the villain du jour. Thank you so much, the real Jinji. I'm gonna be honest. I think The Menu was a criminally overrated film. I didn't think it was a bad movie. I don't think it was a bad movie at all. But like people were talking about that movie like it was gonna be like Oscar Best Picture type shit. And it was just, I mean, I've spoken about The Menu and people were really upset when I spoke about The Menu because some people love that film. And I think you're completely allowed to love that film. But I love Anna Taylor-Joy. I fucking love Anna Taylor-Joy. I thought she was awful in that movie. I think she is an incredible actress, and I was just kind of baffled at how bad a casting she was in that film. Soul Boot, thank you so much. Also, I was really confused by the indictment of the John Leguizamo character and the Amy Carrero character, in that, like, we're looking at a room of people that we are not supposed to sympathize with, and John Leguizamo's deathly sin was being in a bad movie. Soul Boot, I didn't thank you enough. That was 10 gifted. Soul Boot, thank you so much. I appreciate you. That's a lot of juice. Sorry, I was kind of dialed in. I was kind of confused by that commentary, or perhaps that person wanted to die because they had been in a bad movie. Very confused by that. I was also really underwhelmed by the resolution of the movie. Why did Ralph Fiennes ultimately decide to let Anna Taylor-Joy go? Because she was hungry? Because she ordered a burger? I don't get it. Like, I don't think that movie was as smart as it thought it was. It was tough for me to watch Triangle of Sadness and The Menu in the same year. And Triangle of Sadness is like some of the most pithy commentary on wealth and wealth inequality and systems of exchange that I've ever seen. And The Menu is kind of this ham-fisted, like, quasi-horror movie. It doesn't even really feel like horror. It's not scary at any single point. But, you know, I think it was a Blacklist script. If you don't know what the Blacklist is, it's like prestige screenwriting. It's creepy. I at no point found the film creepy at all. I was kind of just wrapped by it. And don't get me wrong, I'm very desensitized to violence and horror, but at no point was I like, ooh, creepy. I thought it was meant to be dark comedy. Yeah. The thing about dark comedies that's interesting with me is I like when they're funny. I'm sorry, that was a very harsh critique. I think some of Ralph Fiennes' lines were really funny. I thought some of the titles that came up, Tyler's Bullshit, was actually a really great gag. Really great gag. It did have some very funny moments. I don't know if the humor sustained through. I don't know if there were any moments like there were like probably 5 or 6 moments where I went, like that, because I was like, that's really witty. But there was at no point where I was like belly laughing, like dying. Like, dude, when I watched Triangle of Sadness, there was at least 10 times in that movie that I was like belly laughing. But a lot of people loved The Menu. And when I was even the least bit critical of it, people were angry. Big time angry. Do you like A Serious Man? A Serious Man is one of my least favorite movies ever made. I hate A Serious Man. And I do not understand films like A Serious Man. I do not understand the point. They are like this weird... The way that I liken A Serious Man, watching a film where the only intention is just to watch a person suffer for like 2.5 hours is like someone who's like, oh, did you go listen to that new album? Oh, you mean the one where someone scrapes a fork on a plate for 3 hours? Yes, it's horrible to the ears, but it's brilliant. Like I can understand that it's a Coen Brothers film and that the Coen Brothers are great filmmakers and that it's beautiful and it might be this great film, but like I don't understand the point of that film. There's no ups and downs. There's no hope. There's no jubilation. There's no catharsis. You just watch Larry Gopnik get shit shoveled down his stupid mouth hole for 2.5 hours. And you're just sitting there and you're like, oh, it's getting even worse. That's kind of the point. Right. I understand that's the point. And I'm saying that entire genre of film, I could do without. I do not understand that. I don't get it. I don't understand who enjoys it. You know how some people just don't like horror? That is a genre that I just could completely deal without. Yeah, that is my take on that. Another film like that is Killing of a Sacred Deer. I fucking hate Killing of a Sacred Deer. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Free Wi-Fi, thank you so much. Like, I appreciate dark films, and I appreciate where films end up very sad, or there's not the happy ending, or they're bleak. You know, there are bleak films that I enjoy. Blue Ruin is a film like that. Blue Ruin is an extremely bleak film, but at least there's like some plot. There's some tension. I just can't. Most of these movies, like A Serious Man and Killing of a Sacred Deer, like 10 minutes into the movie, I'm like, oh, I know exactly how this is going to go. This person is just going to get their lives fucked to pieces. Sounds metal. It's not metal. Like, you're expecting like someone being killed with like a fucking chainsaw in like A Serious Man. It's more like it's the equivalent of you walk into a room. You ever accidentally see one of those porns where it's like a fat man getting kicked with a high heel? And you're just like, oh. And it just keeps happening. And it's not like violent enough to be entertaining, but it's also like just like unnerving and disgusting, and you just don't want to look at it. You're just like, oh. Oh, God. It's not violent enough to be torture porn, but it's like still got like all the fat, hairy grease of like all the parts of humanity that you would choose to put in the back of your mind. Sheer misery. Exactly. Thoughts on Requiem for a Dream? Requiem is a movie that I think is brilliant, and I think it's a great movie. I always have a unique perspective on Requiem, where I think Trainspotting is a much better film. I think it's a much better representation of addiction. You know, in the same way that there are some people here who just don't like weird depictions of war. I feel that way because I had addicts in the family, and to see addiction portrayed as a horror film is a little tough. Yes, Turks are welcome here. But I do think Requiem is like an incredible movie. I'm not going to tell you that it's not an S tier film. Trainspotting has more hope, I guess, more humanity. Absolutely. I haven't seen After Sun yet. No, it's on my list. Is Tar like that for you? I thought Tar was okay. I think Tar is just basically a 2-hour-long acting reel for Cate Blanchett. Cate Blanchett's acting in Tar carries the film. It's unbelievable. If you haven't seen Tar, you should watch it just to see Cate Blanchett put like the beating of a lifetime on a role. I honestly think she should have won Best Actress this year, or at least should have been in the conversation. She was nominated. I think there's a good case for her winning actress. But I'm glad Michelle won Best Actress this year. I am glad. But she and Tar was like, God damn. But other than that, Tar didn't have much going on. It's supposed to be a very passive psychological thriller. I felt like it was almost too passive, a psychological thriller. You know what I mean? Like, if a film is a massage, and some massages are like very intense, and you're like, ooh, that's too much. Tar was kind of the opposite, where like someone is like kind of like just like poking your shoulders, almost like barely. And you're like, are you gonna get in there? Or it felt very passive in terms of psychological thriller elements, which it's supposed to be. James Gunn, yes, I'm directing Superman Legacy to be released on July 11th, 2025. My brother, Matt, told me when he saw the release date, he started to cry. I asked him why. He said, dude, it's Dad's birthday. I hadn't realized. Listen, everybody in here, if you've been here for more than a day, you know I'm a giant DC fan. And you know that I think that DC has a massive problem in its film universe. And ultimately, I'm very excited about what James Gunn is going to do. DC, the film universe, let's say what it was previously. It was a filthy, shit-covered cash grab, all of it. It was just a disgusting cash grab, all of it. They never had an intention to tell meaningful stories. They just saw the success of Marvel and they tried to clone it. And I don't know. The sad thing is that my brothers and sisters who are DC fans, a lot of them carried the torch for those movies, and I don't get it. There are standouts. Don't get me wrong. The Batman, Joker, Shazam, I actually thought was really good. Peacemaker, which is a gun project. The Suicide Squad, Doom Patrol. There were good DC projects scattered in there. But ultimately, I cannot wait for The Flash to come out so we can turn the fucking page and be done with that trash. Be fucking done with it. I can't wait for that movie to come out just so we can put the fucking gravestone in the DC film universe. Gunn ain't gonna change anything. He's already changed things. What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Dude, he took Suicide Squad, which was a literal puddle of diarrhea, and he shaped it into one of the better superhero movies I've seen in the last 10 years in The Superman, or in The Suicide Squad. That's crazy. I gave that movie zero chance to be any good. Zero chance. I sat in this chair and I went on tirades about how much I was sure the Suicide Squad would suck, because the source material from Suicide Squad was a literal knee-deep puddle of diarrhea. And somehow Gunn put that diarrhea in the freezer, made a ice cube out of it, and carved it with the hands of Venus de Milo into a beautiful sculpture that was the Suicide Squad. If he can resurrect that trash and then make Peacemaker a show based on a character that nobody gave a fuck about, even hardcore DC fans, unless you're fucking 60 years old, you didn't know who the fuck Peacemaker was. And maybe you did, but you didn't give a shit. All right? Peacemaker is the equivalent of another supervillain. He's the equivalent of Condiment King. Right? Look at this fucking guy. He's got a mustard gun. He's got a fucking ketchup gun. And he's got a fucking pickle on his head. A fucking pickle. And James Gunn scooped him up and he said, Peacemaker, I'm going to make you one of the best superhero shows ever. And he nailed it. Now, I'm not saying it's a sure thing. I'm not saying that it is guaranteed that the DC universe will make a complete about face. In fact, I think ultimately a lot of us are just fucking tired of superhero shit. We're just tired of cape shit. However, I think there's a possibility. If they keep Ezra Miller as the Flash, then I'm out on DC. Okay, so let me explain to you what's happening. Ezra Miller is out of the DC universe. He will never act in another DC film again. However, Flashpoint is already shot, it's already edited, and it's already in the can. So it's a finished movie. And beyond that, Flashpoint Paradox, if you know anything about it, it's a reset point for the DC universe. So Flash ultimately will run so fast in this movie that he goes into a different dimension, right? A tangent version of reality by going back in time and going forward and fucking things up. And you will see kind of a bizarro version of a lot of the superheroes we know. And then he'll go back and it will reset the timeline, which allows DC to do what? Recast all their superheroes, undo all the plot pickle that they have made thus far, and essentially restart the timeline. That is why Ezra Miller's Flash movie ultimately will come out. Not because DC doesn't understand the severity of keeping that fucking psychopath in their movies, but rather because it is an essential pivot point for their film work going forward. Do you think they should release the Batgirl film? Oh. I have heard the Batgirl film was nigh unwatchable. To be honest, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. Here we go. Ready? Boo! Montauk, the Mind Taker. What will happen is years down the road, maybe 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 years down the road, fans will get some kind of, hint at a Comic-Con or something. Where are my Batgirl fans out? Ah! HBO is releasing Batgirl finally. And DC will be like, yeah, fuck yeah, release it. Release Batgirl. And then it will come out and people will be like, Oh my God. Not that bad, mate. Bro, let me explain something to you. Film producers produce films to make money, right? Ultimately, that's what they want to do. They don't like to lose money, okay? Typically. This movie cost $90 million that they just sat on like a butt plug. And they said, we'll never see that movie. We'll never see that money again. For the DC universe to take $100 million kick in the fucking dick with a movie that not only features Academy Award winning actor Brendan Fraser, but also Academy Award winning actor Michael Keaton and J.K. Simmons. For DC to look at this project and go, this movie's going to do more than $90 million of damage to our credibility. It must have been a mess. Something had to have been radically wrong. Really bad. Because most DC movies are trash and they wheel them out. They wheel them out like jalapeno poppers at Chili's. They don't care that they taste like shit. You'll slop them down. Ooh, Chili's, it's $5. DC movies. For them to eat $90 million and totally crush a movie with not one, but 2 Academy Award winning actors in it, it must have been pretty bad. Did J.K. Simmons win an Academy Award? Am I wrong? J.K. won for Whiplash. I forgot about that. 3 Academy Award. Maybe the most accredited superhero film ever in that case. Maybe the most accredited superhero film ever. And they were like, no, please, God, no.
Oh, yeah, wow. That's very cool.
Please, God. They didn't re-edit it. They didn't delay it. They said, put it in a... You must... Dude, here's what they said. This is the exact moment when the producers at DC...
Oh, yeah, wow. That's very cool.
Saw Batgirl. This is what they said. This is their exact reaction. Hang on. Here, this is a live viewing of Batgirl.
It's Duck.
Al Pacino!
It's not Al anymore. It's Duck.
Hang on, I gotta turn up the volume on this.
Dunkachino?
Don't mind if I do.
What's my name? Dunkachino. It's a whole new game.
Dunkachino.
You want creamy goodness? I'm your friend. Say hello to my chocolate blend. Attica, ooh-ah, lottie light. This whole trial is out of sight. They pull me back in with hazelnut too. Caramel swirl, I know it was you. Everyone wants my Dunkachino. Can't get enough of my Dunkachino. Kids from 7 to 17.
Oh, yeah, wow. That's very cool.
Dunkachino. What's my name?
Dunkachino.
Dunkachino.
And boom, there you have it. It's actually 32 seconds, so I gotta lose 2 seconds. Maybe you can tell me what part you would lose, but I think we are getting there.
Burn this.
I'm sorry?
This must never be seen by anyone.
If you didn't like all those close-ups, we can. No, this is not the final cut. There's no doubt we can.
All copies. Destroy them.
You want me to play it again?
Has anybody seen this?
Nobody has
That is what the producers at DC said. You must burn this. No one must ever see this. Can you imagine getting done watching a $90 million movie? Producers who famously have no taste at all. And they said, burn this. All copies. No one must ever see this. It must have been legendarily bad. Because you can always re-edit even a pile of shit, right? With a $90 million investment, fuck, you could give it the Schneider cut or whatever. You could fucking turn it around, do something. They said, no. This must never see the light of day. Oh, fuck. The decision to not release Batgirl reflects our leadership's strategic shift as it relates to the DC Universe and HBO Max. A Warner Brothers spokesperson told The Wrap in a statement, Leslie Grace is an incredibly talented actor, and this decision is not a reflection on her performance. Seems ultra specific.
I don't take no shit from anyone.
I wouldn't put it past DC that they scrapped a good movie because they have no taste.
Seems really specific, that reason. I don't know why that's so funny, man. I don't know why that's so funny to me. Them being like, we scrapped it for creative reasons. It definitely wasn't Leslie Grace's performance. It definitely wasn't her performance. It was all the other stuff going on. Definitely not Leslie Grace. I can assure you, she was not terrible. We did not see her performance in the edit and start to projectile vomit. That's ludicrous. What a crazy thing to assert. No one asked. Right. No one asked, but we just want to make sure that you know that it wasn't her performance. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Ever seen Tiptoes? No. And there's good reason why. In exchange for permanently deleting Batgirl from the company's servers, Warner Brother Discovery enjoyed a tax write-off that attacked just a little of its debt mountain. Don't look around for Batgirl returning either. Should the film leak out, the Warner Brothers Discovery is almost certainly liable to pay its tax savings. Oh my God. They killed a $90 million movie to report it as a tax loss. That's wild. That's crazy. Dude, someone just brought up one of the most brilliant references ever. Springtime for Hitler in Germany. That is obviously a producer's reference. Making a film so bad it can't be released so you can eat the insurance money. Perhaps. Dude, the producers is so funny. Springtime for Hitler in Germany. Oh, fuck. Mel Brooks, man. For those of you who don't know, The Producers is a movie and a show about two producers making a show so impossibly bad that it will not succeed, and this way that they can collect insurance money, and ultimately, against all odds, it ends up being a mega hit, and they're fucked.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Uber the Goober, thank you so much. This is on the set of Batgirl if you want to see. Oh yeah, Firefly is the villain in it, right? Oh my God. Damn, he just drifted a fire truck. Brendan Fraser played Firefly, but obviously that's not him in the fire suit. I honestly sympathize so much for this actress, though. You know what I mean? You finally make it into a superhero film. You're a beloved character, and the studio just cannibalizes your movie. That's so fucking brutal. A copy definitely exists. I doubt it. Because if the movie leaks, they have to repay that tax credit. So they probably scrubbed it. There's definitely probably a master copy somewhere, but it's like under lock and key.
I know Brendan Fraser's in it. Michael Keaton's in it. Let's go.
They're literally talking about who the fuck is in this movie as they're... Ow!
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool. Wicked.
J.K. Simmons looks fucking pissed. So that's most replayed. What is this? Oh. Dude, they have a Batman sighting like he's fucking Sasquatch, bro. Jesus Christ. Is that Sasquatch? Did you like Batman Beyond? I fucking loved Batman Beyond. Don't even get me started. Batman Beyond is my favorite Batman. I maintain that to this day. To this day! To this day! Dude, Batman Beyond hit me right when I was a fucking young adult. Oh, man, bro. Let's watch it. Bro, it's Blade Runner Batman. Bro, and I will say this. I don't care who knows that I say this. Why did they make the women in Batman Beyond so fucking sexy? I don't care what you do with that. I don't care what you judge. The women in Batman Beyond are fucking Bettys, bro. They're all built like Kardashians.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Any interest in Blade Runner 2099?
I mean, What is going on? What is going on here? I was 11 years old. God damn, I love this show. Bro, I swear to you, my type, 10 from Batman Beyond. I would have risked it all for 10 from Batman Beyond. Oh my God.
Melanie. Or should I say 10?
If you hate me, I understand. What I did to you before, I didn't have a choice. It was between you and my family.
There's always a choice, Melanie.
I need a place to stay till it's dark. That's all I'm asking for.
I can fix her. I can fix her.
Let me guess. Cops after you?
Among others, including Batman. But even he would never think of looking for me here.
No, I guess he wouldn't. But there are laws against harboring criminals, and
I'm not a criminal. Not anymore.
Terry! You're fucking up, Terry. Terry, you're fucking up. I'm watching this back is like, I can hear what my 11-year-old self was screaming.
Then why is everybody after you?
Because I was forced to rob a big poker game by the Jokers. They're holding my family.
I think we better call the police.
Don't you get it? If I do that, the Jokers will kill them.
Someone brought up the quote from the New Girl. Fuck her for me, dude. Fuck her for me. I'll kill myself. One of the funniest, dude. The New Girl is, it shouldn't be as good as it is, but it's still so fucking funny. That line in fucking the New Girl. Fuck her for me, dude! Fuck her for me! Young Jeff, youthful Jefferson in the building. God damn. Coming in with the Hassan Piker fit at the Stream Awards. One of the best dressed. My man in full-blown cosplay. Hassan Abi cosplay.
Hello? Dana, hi. Oh, yeah, tonight history homework. No, I didn't forget it. It's just that there's a change of plans. Yeah, tomorrow night will be a lot better, thanks. Bye.
Did you like Pattinson's Batman? I don't know. He had like 10 speaking lines in the entire film, didn't he? I like the way that he looked brooding. Dude.
There's an old saying.
I will be upfront about The Batman. I've said this before. First time I watched it in theaters, I liked it. I really did. And it's a movie you should see in theaters. It's big, it's spectacle. The Batmobile was sick. Batwoman or Catwoman was great.
That's for a cool.
Catwoman was great. Other than that, it was okay. And then the second time I watched it, I was kind of like, oh, there's a lot of plot going on here that isn't very good. There's a lot of plot going on here. It's not very good. I mean, we don't even have to get into some of the parts of the movie where I'm like, oh, why did they do that? Like when Batman eats an explosion to the face from like an inch away, and he's like, oh, that hurt. Like the guy who explodes is like right here, and he's like an inch away. He's like, jeez, that hurt. It's not bad. Hey, let me say this. It's better than most DC films. So for that reason, I give it a thumbs up, right? It's better than most DC films. Would it even be as good as the third Batman in the Nolan trilogy? No. No.
Saying once burned, twice shy. Is that what you're feeling now?
No, but you did burn me. Bad.
I don't suppose an apology would put everything back to the way it was before.
Melanie, things have changed.
How? Are you saying you're not attracted to me anymore?
Bad take.
No.
Guys, I get it. No one loves Batman more than I love Batman. All right? I was in the movie theater night one. I supported. I was happy. I was happy that Batman's getting more love. I'm happy to see a different version of Batman, right? He's no longer superhero Batman. He's detective Batman. And I love detective Batman. But the Batman in that movie was a shitty detective. One of the worst detectives I've ever seen. I don't think he solved a damn thing. He kind of just blundered his way through the entire movie. He's such a bad detective, he can't even look up words in Spanish. He can't use Google Translate to find out what stool pigeon or eagle or penguin, whatever the fuck that word means in Spanish. He had to take people's word for it. Listen, I've said this about the Batman many times. The ultimate reason that I like the Batman, right, is because when I saw Batman Begins, it reminded me a lot of that project where I was like, okay, all right. And what do we all remember from the Nolan trilogy? The second movie, right? That's the fucking Crown Prince. That's the one. So when I watch the Batman, I go, oh, it's okay. But I'm very excited about the subsequent films, okay? So I'll give you that. The Batman set up a cool universe, right? It really did. It set up a cool universe. Batmobile's great. I'm in. I'm in for subsequent movies in the Batman universe.
Cool.
Will you have to see this Muscle Mommy music video cause I saw it this morning and was in awe.
I'm pretty sure I've watched this exact video on stream. Yeah, I've watched this exact video on stream. It's great. It really is good. Batman Begins was good though. It was good. It's good. It holds up. I really enjoy Batman Beyond or Batman Begins or whatever the fuck it is. But ultimately, again, I think the Batman is a great setup for subsequent films. I'm baffled by some of the decisions in the Batman. I think ultimately they tried to do too much. It was very long. They cut out nothing. The one scene that they did cut out, totally inexplicably, is that extra scene with the Joker, which was actually incredible. If you watch, it's actually fucking great. And I was like, why did they choose to cut this one scene when they left everything else in? But yeah. It was excellent. The scene or the movie? The movie is not excellent, guys. It's not excellent. The scene is excellent. The scene is great. There's a lot about the Batman that's like, disagree. All right, let's go through it. The Riddler's plan is to blow up a levee that has never existed in the Batman universe ever. We created a Louisiana-style levee to make his plot work. His big plan was to make Gotham wet. Who cares? Batman's big heroic coming of age moment was to walk people out of a puddle. That was his big coming of, right? His moment where he accepted being the Batman is falling into water. Cool, great, I guess, neat. He's a poor detective. None of the clues or the riddles are really that profound. The entire film pivots on a misinterpretation or a translation of a Spanish word, which I think literally any private dick that you can hire to go make sure that your wife isn't cheating on would take the 30 seconds it took to plug it into Google Translate and figure out what the word actually fucking meant. The other part of his master plan is all a giant bit to get a guy to leave a club. He's literally doing mass terrorism on Gotham, but he has to get a guy to leave a nightclub instead of just blowing it up. Hey, Riddler, that's a great idea. You know all those explosives you're using to blow up a levee? Why not just put them in the fucking nightclub? Oh, that's no, because that would be smart, which that movie is not. It's not a smart movie. It wants to be a smart movie, but it's not. How can you make a Detective Batman movie that has the logic of a fucking Toy Story film? Are you happy now? You made me do that. I was going to let you have it. I was going to let you have that movie is good. It's above the midway line. But you had to push. Oh no, Will Vapes. Guys, I'm losing weight right now. Okay? Let me tell you something about losing weight. If I'm not putting this suck stick in my fucking mouth, I'm putting food in there. All right? I look good naked right now. I stream for hours a day doing nothing. Let me fucking feed my oral fixation and nick myself up old school so that I don't sit here eating goddamn goldfish. Okay? Anyway, listen, again, The Batman is not a bad movie. It's not a bad movie. It's not a bad movie. It's a good movie. It's a good movie. It set up a great universe. But this idea that it's like on par with like Nolan's Dark Knight is lunacy. It's that DC fandom again. It's the same fandom that tries to convince me that Man of Steel is like a great movie. Or that like Justice League wasn't that bad. I don't I get it, you're a fan. I get it, you're a fan. I'm a fan too. I'm a huge DC fan. Giant DC fans. I read the fucking comics. All right? I'm there. But like, we don't need to look at these movies and be like, oh, great film. If you like the characters, if you want to see anything in the universe, well, then like they're going to keep shoveling you slop. Right? Like this is why we ended up in the DC situation that we're in. Because so many DC fans went and watched that slop. And instead of feeling vitriol for them to like pumping out the most mediocre things I've ever seen in a lot of their films, everyone was like, I saw Batman. I saw Aquaman, and Cyborg was there. That was cool. I like when Cyborg was on screen. That Cyborg pretty cool. It's like, okay, I'm a fan too. It was cool to see Cyborg. Was that a good movie? No. Like, Marvel fans are shitting on us. Quadra fucking Dick Phobia or whatever came out, the new Ant-Man movie, and Marvel fans were like, I'm done! Fuck you! And Marvel was like, yes, we've heard you. We'll do better. If that was a DC fan, if that was a DC movie, people would be like, it's one of the best ones yet. Did you see when he got small? He got really small. MODOK nailed it. We got to do better. We got to have some respect for ourselves. All right? Our boyfriend's sleeping around, and we keep going back to him. We got to have some respect for ourselves, DC fans. Marvel fans have been eating. They have been eating. They're fucking stupid characters. Fuck Marvel. Their movies are good. The shows are good. I'm bitter. I'm fucking bitter. The only thing we have is that they keep fucking up the Fantastic Four. When they have a good Fantastic Four movie, it's over, bro. I'm taking the toaster in the shower with me. Every time they start talking about Fantastic Four, I'm like, thank God they're going to fuck that up. For some reason, they can't get Victor Von Doom right. I'll take it. Fuck yeah. Oh. Have you seen the Loki TV show? Yeah, I thought it was real good. How they can't get Doom right is insane. It's actually insane. Doom is like an actual linchpin in the Marvel universe. Like like in so many stories, Victor Von Doom shows up and is like, ah. And they cannot figure it out because they can't figure out Fantastic Four. Green Lantern was great. Why? What are you doing? Huh? You pissing on my face and tell me it's raining? That's bait. I know that's bait. That or you are the fresh recipient of a lobotomy. In which case, I'll speak softly and calmly as not to agitate you. But fuck! Green Lantern's cool! That movie is bad! I hate that Ryan Reynolds with his phone company and his football club and all of his hot wife can just sit there with his Deadpool shit and be like, ha ha ha, DC Universe, you guys fucking suck. Fuck that guy! Green Lantern is cool!
Cool.
Hal Jordan is cool. The Lantern Corps is cool. Please. Blackest Night is fucking rad. We're gonna get Blackest Night. When I'm 50 years old, I'm going to get to go to a movie theater and watch Blackest Night, and it's going to be sick. You don't even know about the other colors of lanterns. Wait till you fucking see some of those blue lanterns. It's going to melt your fucking mind, man. Oh, shit, bro. That's literally how I feel. That's literally how I feel. Oh, my God, bro. Favorite lantern color? The orange guy, right? The greedy guy. He's fucking sick. He's the one who's like the greedy one, right? I can't remember. This is all off the top of my head. People are typing it in chat. I think it's Lar Freeze. Listen, I'm going to admit something. When I read the Harry Potter books, and then I read or watched the Harry Potter movies, I realized that my dyslexic ass had been pronouncing all of their names wrong in my head forever. Right? So I see his name. I know who he is, but I'm probably saying it wrong. Right? My little dyslexic ass was reading Harry Potter. And I'm like, I love Hermione. She's great. The movie came out, Hermione. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's how yeah. How'd you pronounce Harry? Okay, listen. Okay, listen, sir. I'm dyslexic, okay? All right. Take it easy. He got animated, so this should help you. Oh, I'll take a look at it.
Are you part of the Orange Lantern Corps?
I'm Larfleeze, and I am the Orange Lantern Corps.
It is Lara Freeze, okay.
Where are the rest of you?
They aren't around anymore.
Yeah, this dude rules. Okay, this musical score is fucking sending me, dude. Fucking sending me. I want it all, and I want it now. Yeah. The Violet Lanterns get their power from fucking. Listen, I said who I thought was the coolest. I didn't say which one I would be.
I'm bald.
Right, I would definitely be a
no
Violet Lantern. Okay.
This is you when it comes to DC and Marvel controversy.
Wait, did you share a clip? You said something about the Marvel DC controversy. Did you share a clip? Put it in chat. Melon.
They're on to me, dude. Those guys are sharp as nails up there.
He said, "This is me when it comes to the Marvel versus DC controversy."
So stressed out. I feel like I'm having a panic attack.
You want to talk about stress? You want to talk about stress? Okay? I've stumbled onto a major company conspiracy, Mac. How about that for stress? What the hell are you talking about? This company is being bled like a stuck pig, Mac, and I got a paper trail to prove it. Check this out. Take a look at this.
I got boxes full of DC.
Here's the mail. Now let's talk about.
I got boxes full of DC. DC Film Universe. DC Film Universe. There is no DC Film Universe.
Mail. Can we talk about the mail, please, Mac? I'm dying to talk about the mail with you all day, okay? Pepe Sylvia. This name keeps coming up over and over again. Every day, Pepe's mail's getting sent back to me. Pepe Sylvia, Pepe Sylvia. I look in the mail. Well, this whole box is Pepe Sylvia. So I say to myself, I gotta find this guy. I gotta go up to his office. I gotta put his mail in the guy's goddamn hands. Otherwise, he's never gonna get it. It's gonna keep coming back down here. So I go up to Pepe's office, and what do I find out, Mac? What do I find out? There is no Pepe Sylvia. The man does not exist, okay? So I decided, oh, shit, buddy, I gotta dig a little deeper. There's no Pepe Sylvia. You gotta be kidding me. I got boxes full of Pepe. All right, so I start marching my way down to Carol and HR, and I knock on her door, and I say, Carol, I gotta talk to you about Pepe. And when I open the door, what do I find? There's not a single goddamn desk in that office. There is no Carol in HR. Mac, half the employees in this building have been made up. This office is a goddamn ghost town.
Okay, Charlie, I'm gonna have to stop you right there. Not only do all of these people exist, but
They have been asking for their mail on a daily basis. It's all they're talking about up there. Jesus Christ, dude. We are going to lose our jobs.
Well, calm down, because here's one thing that's not going to happen.
What?
We're not going to get fired.
We're not.
Because we've already been fired.
We've lost our jobs?
Yeah. About 3 days ago, a couple pink slips came in the mail. One for you, one for me. So what did I do? I mailed them halfway to Siberia, okay?
If we've lost our jobs, that means we've lost our health insurance, which means all of this was for nothing. God damn it, dude. I'm having a panic attack. I'm actually having a panic
Will you
attack.
settle down and have another cup of coffee?
I am, bro.
Will you settle down and have another cup of coffee?
All right, well, fine. You know what, Barney? Give this guy a cigarette. He's freaking out.
Huh? Who?
Barney. He's the guy who tipped me off to Pepe Sylvia.
Barney? Who the hell is Barney?
You don't see Oh, shit. What the hell did he...
You've lost your mind.
I got boxes full of DC. I got boxes. Oh, shit, man. I am an idiot. I am a dumb person. But you know what? I like nerds. I like people with opinions, right? It's ultimately why I do these rants. I think it's fun to have opinions.
Oh, yeah, wow.
I think that's
for cool.
like, to be honest, the same conversations that I'm having about DC Comics were the same conversations that I had when I was a 11-year-old kid in a second story comic book store called Knights of the Round, right? And I would argue with my friends about the dumbest shit. Metal Slug 3 is the best Metal Slug. You're trash. Metal Slug 2. You know what I mean? It's fun to have a passion about these things. It's fun to be a fan. It's fun to be a nerd. Ultimately, you know, I think that's one thing we lost with all the comic film universes. I'll be honest. That shit was for us, man. Before all these movies, this shit was for us. For the nerds. For the nerds. Now, everybody's got an opinion on fucking Batman. Everybody's got an opinion on, like, even fucking nuanced shit like Guardians of the Galaxy. You know, comic book nerds all want to act like they're ground floor for all this shit. Oh, yeah. Peacemaker, he made his first appearance, and you don't fucking know. Even if you're reading comics, unless you own a comic book store, you're not fucking, you know, deeply versed in some of these tangential characters. These fucking normies, they watch our comic book shit, they get on Google, and they become experts. So they can sit in their fucking tower, cast judgment at us. No, I'm actually serious about that, though. That is one thing that, like, you know, it's interesting. That level of escapism and fantasy and storytelling and fandom used to be reserved for the very nerdiest of us, right? And when I was a young person, to be a nerd meant being a little outcast, a little bullied, a little turned away. And it was kind of special that you could sit down and escape into these worlds. It's amazing that now we have created a planet and a reality in which that level of escapism is for everybody, right? That says something. That everybody needs the heroes that I turned to when I felt turned away by the majority. Maybe I'm reading too much into that. But it is interesting. Now I turn to New York sports talk radio. Please don't do that. That is the crystal meth of escapism. Please. I beg you, don't become a Jets fan. Don't do that. You don't have to hate the Jets, but don't do what I've done. Okay? All right? Being born a Jets fan is the equivalent of being born to a mother who had heroin in her system. Right? I never stood a chance. I had a predisposition to being a fucking degenerate from day one. Being a Jets fan is pain. The most shit on fan base in history. Imagine if a Jets championship is a journey for the One Piece, bro. I am actually, it's interesting. I'm like a dog chasing a car. If the Jets ever win the Super Bowl, I don't know what I'm going to do. It's probably going to be dangerous. It's probably going to be dangerous. Like here I am fucking casting judgment at like Philly fans for tearing down light poles. The Jets win. I like I'll be rioting wherever I am. I'll be a one-man riot. MetLife is burning down. Actually, that would probably be good for us. That stadium sucks. Hey, Will, tell me your top 3 favorite movies that aren't superhero movies. I really like the movie Fallen Angels by Wong Kar-wai. It hits me right in a really specific place. Now, I always bring this up. People ask me my favorite movies. Favorite movie is very different from best movie. I think that you can identify that there are some movies that are better in quality and artistic merit than the movies you enjoy the most. However, Fallen Angels is a great film. Both categories. Mandy. Right there. Also the axe I own. I love Mandy. I've watched it 100 times. I never get sick of it. Can it be both sometimes, though? Yeah, for sure. For me, it's not, though. I guess one that overlaps, I'll put the third one in there. Space Odyssey. 2001 Space Odyssey is like, you watch that on the right drugs, you might see the face of God. I lost a friend over Mandy. Oh my God. What does that mean? Dude, I watched Moonlight because you recommended it to me and it still haunts me. Bro, Moonlight is so fucking good. Moonlight is like required viewing, I feel like. It's such a good movie. Such a fucking perfect film. Well, you need to watch After Sun. I'm on it. Have you ever thought about doing LA movie meetups? No, but that's a good idea. That is a good idea. You see, Return of the King is being re-released for its 20th anniversary. I don't know. I haven't seen that. Okay, now the best movies then out of artistic value: 2001: A Space Odyssey, The Shining, Full Metal Jacket, basically anything by Kubrick. Basically anything by Kubrick. I mean, it's like a full stop. Prisoners, I think, is one of the best written movies ever. There's a lot of Criterion shit in there. Seven Samurai, Yojimbo, Ran, Throne of Blood, all the Akira Kurosawa stuff. Psycho. Yeah, so the best movies ever are very Criterion films. Someone said Blade Runner. I would put that in both of my categories. That's one of my top 10 favorite films, top 10 best films. Now, most influential films, I have an interesting take on this. I think ultimately in our timeline, the most influential films are the most quotable ones. Like, in a weird way, like movies like Old School and Wedding Crashers have so much influence. Like, there is a whole generation of men who communicate with each other in film quotes from those films. Right? They choose not to express their emotions or compose thoughts, but rather speak in movie quotes, like completely. Just shot yourself in the neck with a fucking dart. Oh, I love you, man, but you're crazy. You know what's really interesting about talking in film quotes? Because I used to be a younger man who did that.
Oh, yeah, wow. That's very cool.
I think
you like dags?
The interesting thing is obviously it finds some common ground between you and a stranger. But also it's like you don't have to risk not being funny. You're doing something funny, but you don't have to risk being yourself. And then if someone doesn't laugh, you're like, you don't like Step Bros? What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? What a loser. But then there are some other enormously influential films that aren't frat pack movies, obviously, like a Get Out. Jesus Christ. Get Out is probably the most influential movie of the last 10 years, I'd say. In the fact that I think you can talk about it, you know, it's race commentary and all that kind of shit. But ultimately, the way I'm talking about it is in that it changed the film industry. After Get Out, there were about 100 Get Out clones. That's why I say it's the most influential movie. After Get Out, there were 100 Get Outs. Like the entire film industry changed. And all of a sudden, all these film producers were like, get me horror movies. Get me horror movies. That's influence. Parasite. I think Parasite is influential in the sense that it opened up the United States to Korean cinema and television, right? I think that was the power of its influence. Like without Parasite, there's probably no Squid Game. There's no Decision to Leave. There's none of those films that penetrate. But I don't know if the actual film Parasite is influential, right? I think it was much more of like a gateway drug to Korean cinema and K-drama in general. I haven't seen many films from American filmmakers or from global filmmakers that like try to look and feel like Parasite. Wasn't Old Boy? Dog. Old Boy, when I was younger, was like a film head's film. Like, you only watched Old Boy if you were on a quest to watch movies, right? I love Old Boy. I think Old Boy is a tremendous film. I think everybody should go watch it. It's tough. It's a lot. But like, I'll be honest, you couldn't go to the water cooler at your work and be like, have you guys seen Old Boy? People be like, what the fuck is that? Oh, it's a Korean film where dude, you're not going to believe this. This guy's locked in a room for 15 years. So it was much more of like a film person's film, which, and I can actually give you proof that it was a film person's film. At that period of time, the American attitude to a film having seismic global success was not to market that film in the United States, but rather to remake that film and try and release it as an original product. Right? Let the Right One In got a remake. Old Boy got a remake. The other one that no one ever knows, that when I say it, people go crazy. The Departed. The Departed was a remake of an Asian film. I always forget if it's Korean or Chinese. But The Departed was an example of this. They basically, Internal Affairs, exactly. They took an international film that was incredible, and instead of marketing it, Hong Kong, instead of marketing it and re-releasing in the United States, they completely remade the film. The Ring, another good example, right? That was kind of the Hollywood modus operandi for a while. You'll never get that now, right? Like, you're never going to get an American version of Parasite. God, I said it and I immediately jinxed us. We're probably going to get an American version of Parasite. I pray not. But now that there is like this penetrating power to international cinema, and the average viewer is so insistent about, like, well, the other thing is we just consume more content, right? With on demand and with streaming, people are just watching more shit. People watched so much shit during COVID lockdown that, like, everybody now has 10 streaming services. And, you know, like, even your mom is sitting down with your dad on a Thursday night and they're like, what should we watch? I hear there's this great Korean drama about high schoolers that all decide to kill themselves. Well, that sounds great, Harry. I'll make some popcorn. That didn't used to happen. On Demand 2007. Are you talking about that On Demand existed in 2007? Or are you talking about something else? Because On Demand is very different than the availability of streaming now. No. Did this actually happen? Is this going to be an English series? No. Please, God, no. I feel like I accidentally made that happen. It looks, as long as Bong Joon-ho is still attached to it, I'm not upset. I'm not upset. What I am upset about is a film like Old Boy being taken from the original filmmaker, given to Spike Lee. Spike Lee shits out a film he doesn't care about. And ultimately, American audiences are like, this movie, Old Boy, sucks. Do you consider animation to be a medium that can be equally as prestigious as film? Absolutely. I do. But the problem is my interpretation of prestige will ultimately be different than the greater body of film critic, right? Like, I, being as woke as I am, know that some of the best movies ever made are animated. But will the Academy and will the average film goer ever have that same kind of ubiquitous understanding? I don't know. I don't know. I think it's getting better. I think even like the children's animation category is getting better. Puss in Boots was fucking banger. Puss in Boots fucking, that shit hit. Puss in Boots should have won the Oscar. 100p. Do you know the downside of this now that the Korean cinema will have to hit the Hollywood spotlight. It will become infected by the Hollywood garbage and trying to impress the Hollywood critics and so on. It will just go downhill from now on. Korean cinema has gotten the Hollywood cancer. That is a violently pessimistic way of looking at it. I don't know if you're wrong, right? But in the words of the Big Lebowski, you're not wrong, Walter. You're just an asshole. I'm not calling you an asshole, but I'm just saying that is a terribly pessimistic way of looking at it. I think you're right. Like an example of you being right already is probably going to be Squid Game season 2, if I'm being completely honest, right? Squid Game season 2 will be so wrung out because of its success. And it will ultimately be diluted. But I also think like to overlook the net benefit in Korean filmmakers having the ability to have larger budgets and reach a larger audience. I can't overlook that. I can't overlook that for the potential denigration of certain projects by Korean filmmakers. I think that is a net benefit ultimately. Also, I think it is a net benefit for representation, for the easement of racism in the American youth and in the global youth. I think it's really hard to have hate in your heart when you can relate to people from other cultures and other colors and other creeds. And I think film is great for that.
Oh, yeah, wow. That's very cool.
And so I think that's, like, Jesse, thank you so much. In the same way that I talked about, parents watching K-dramas.
Oh, yeah, wow. That's very cool.
Shane, thank you so much. I think like something like Squid Game and the subsequent second season of Squid Game that I'm really worried about. It could be great. But like for a lot of like Midwestern moms or like Southern, youths, that's their first experience with like, any kind of Asian art ever. And they're like, wow, this is great. This is really good. They've been releasing Korean dramas dubbed in Spanish to Telemundo. That's awesome. What? Exclamation point. Yeah, dude. I mean, if you think that in Tuscaloosa, in a rural part, like 60-year-old moms have much experience with the work of, Wong Kai-wai, let me blow your mind here. They don't. I don't think that's not me saying that they're like inherently bad people. I just don't think that they're exposed to those things. Do you think that a next Korean coming in terms of countries, do you think there's a next Korea coming in terms of countries with quality film industries? Oh, yeah. Yep, I do. India. Come on, India. Come on, India. Now, RRR is not an Indian film, obviously, but its filmmaking style is very similar to that of Bollywood. And I think the jubilation and the joy of those projects that are inherent in Indian film, I think it's going to have its moment. And I think that the effects driven stuff that India is doing, they were kind of ahead of the curve like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago, but it was still just enough off that people would look at it and be like, that looks ridiculous. Now they've gotten good enough that like a movie like RRR, you watch it and you're not going, oh, those visual effects are ridiculous. You're going, how the fuck did they pull that off? India is going to be making some pretty significant films in the next 10 years. I'll tell you that. I think so. Any favorite Bollywood films? What's Bollywood Terminator? I always forget the name. What's the name of that movie? Help me out. Is it like G2 or something? This one. What is this one? It's Robot? Is that what it's called? Yes. Yes, dude. This movie fucks. This movie fucks. Entharan. This movie fucks. It's a fucking awesome movie. It's so sick. I don't want to ruin any of it for you, but just tuck in and let your mind get blown. That movie fucks. Um, 7.1 on IMDb. Yeah, I mean, obviously, listen, Bollywood filmmaking style is very different. It's very different. And like, as I've said, a lot of Bollywood, the magic of it, and kind of ultimately, it's like a double-edged sword. It's its biggest flaw and its greatest strength. Bollywood films go for it. And they go for it in a way that is like, you're like, I can't believe you've done this. But sometimes you're like, oh, that's ridiculous. And sometimes you're like, fuck yes, dude. If you haven't seen RRR, go watch that movie and you will understand what I mean. There's like a whole fight scene where a guy is on another guy's shoulders. There's one fight scene where a guy fights no less than like 10,000 people in a crowd. It's insane. It's nuts. It's awesome. It's fun. Don't overthink it. Don't get too into like, you know, pessimistic fucking American weeds where you're like, well, that doesn't make sense. That's not Dark Knight. It's not gritty. It's not, you know, we all have Dark Knight syndrome where everything has to be so fucking gritty and dark for us to be like, oh, that's a good movie. Right? Some things can just be rad. Some things can just be anime. Yeah, here you go. Here you go. Here's a good scene. This is from the second one, I think, right? Yeah, this is from the second one. Yes. Yes, dude.
ఆ రోబోని తీసుకురండి. Place it here.
See, already, like, some people are having fun with this, and some people are, like, overthinking this, right? If this wasn't an anime, you'd be like, that's the coolest shit I've ever seen in my life. But there's something about, like, a lot of American film goers, I'm telling you, we've got caught in this Dark Knight trap where everything has to be so gritty and so dark. And I think, ultimately, like, for me, that's the joy of Bollywood. Is that a lot of their filmmakers and a lot of their film projects, they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about like, oh, but how do we make this realistic? And how do we make this tie in? They're just like, let's fucking go for it. Let's fucking do something fucking insane. And I vibe that heavy. Go watch RRR. That film is dated, obviously, but RRR is a great example of this. It's just so fucking over the top. Gangs of Wasseypur is supposed to be awesome. I haven't seen it, but I've heard Gangs of Wasseypur is so good. I have to watch it. Anyway.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
I'm done.
Thanks for the streams.
That's 5 hours. I gotta go walk my dog. I'll be down in Austin tomorrow. I hope you had fun. I hope you had a good time. This was a very long film night. I talked film for like 2 hours after the movie. I don't usually do that. We usually watch the movie and then I'm out of here. Well, I usually do like 30 minutes. So 2 hours, we talked a lot of film. Anyway, hope you enjoyed yourselves. I'm gonna go walk my dog and watch anime. Next time you see me, I'll be in Austin most likely. We got game day coming up. Next Thursday, I'm doing my safe cracking stream. We're going back to the Renaissance Fair this weekend. A lot of good things coming up. Thank you as always for your continued support. Means the world to me. Thank you for allowing me to do what I love most in life. Entertain. Anyway, I'm fucking done. Good night, guys. I'm rating Sandwich. She's who I'm doing the safe cracking stream with next Thursday. You know, I got a call from my mom today. And she's really proud of what I do. She got to see the Streamer Awards. She's really, really, really proud of what I do. And you guys gave that to me. So I owe you. Just thought I'd share that with you before you go to bed. Stay dangerous. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
We gotta smash double header if we only stay together. Talking about you, talking about me. I'm 18 with a bullet. Got my finger on the trigger. I'm gonna pull it. Huh? Be my side, baby. Be beside me. Right now I'm a single, but pretty soon you'll see.